Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes, a Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first 3 races, there are no changes. No changes in 1, 2, or 3. Race number 4. Scratch number 3, Wisecracker. Number 3, Wisecracker is scratch from the 4th. Race number 5. No changes. No changes in the 5th. Race number 6. Late work for number 3, Late the Mira. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 3rd, 3 furlongs fast surface, 37.40 breezing. 7th race. Ownership correction for number 6, Spun Size. Add Can Dance Racing and Ken Russell to the ownership. 8th and final. No changes. No changes in the 8th and final. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
and welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. So I'm Dave Mattice. I don't know if that's my camera or we're still too close, but expect a pretty nice day again today. Hoping the rain holds off. A pretty nice weekend overall. It was supposed to be pretty cloudy and rainy. The temperatures got close to 80 degrees. So, summer's upon us here. A couple more weeks before it's actually summer here in Western New York, but summer's upon us, some warmer weather, best time of year for some horse racing. Just had the Belmont Stakes over the weekend. Man, what a performance. Congratulations to Cherry DeVoe and Jose. I mean, what a horse that horse turned out to be. I mean, I wasn't a true believer of that horse after the Derby, but man, no doubt he's the best 3-year-old. That was a very impressive effort in the Belmont. Congratulations to the connections. Well, looking back on our last day of racing, got to go all the way back to Wednesday. They're still running the Monday through Wednesday calendar week, and I think it was Chris Engelhart had 3 wins on the card. He's really picking it up, and I think John Buckley had a couple wins as well the other day. So, the Engelhart barn, you don't want that barn to heat up. It's a difficult barn to beat. I mean, he had so many trainer titles in a row going when we got into the 2000s. Had quite the business structure going on. What a great job he's done over the years. Him and Michael S. Ferraro overall have pretty much dominated. Seems like Ferraro Jr. is the one who's been atop the standings lately. He's in a battle with, of course, Paul Barrow's got a bunch of wins this year. But, Ferraro's going to do well. I think there's a few of them. Ray Lou Gutierrez is up there in the jockey standings. Man, you got Worry's up there again. Should be a fun, Perez having a good season as well. Just a few of them starting off the season very well here in 2026. Hopefully you started it off pretty well and can make some money on this card. Remember the pick 5s, races 1 through 5 and races 4 through 8 with the 8 race card. Those seem to be the best wagers here at Finger Lakes. You want to get involved in those. Competitive card here. We do start out with an allowance race. It is a never won 2 condition. This starts the mandatory payout pick 5. Remember the late one comes with a carryover if not hit. It's a tough race. I mean, you got a bunch of speed horses going 5.5. The only true horse that's a closer, and that doesn't always hold up. It's not like the whole angle of lone speed being a big advantage when you have that tactical edge. Having a tactical edge of being the lone closer and a bunch of speed horses doesn't always work out, because if they don't go that fast up front, even with all the speed, you're not passing them. But they may bunch up a little bit for Venus Valentine. The question is he good enough? He was claimed for only 8,000 at Tampa, and then stepped up to in this condition last time and actually ran pretty well. I don't know if it was any better than anybody else in this field, but I think his running style is going to help him here if you could close on this racetrack. I don't normally like doing that when you got a bunch of speed, take the only closer in the race. That doesn't always hold up. You want the best horse. But he ran good enough last time that if they do back up, he's got a chance to pick some of them up. And claiming him for 8,000, it seems like a good move. He was a $7,000 yearling. He was pinhook, sold for 19 as a 2-year-old, and now they claimed him for 8, which is about what they paid for him as a yearling. So it seems like that's what the horse is worth at age 4. He's just got to chase him down, and it all depends on the pace flow in this race. I mean, you got Magic Beach, who's got good early speed. Beeves Blessing has shown speed, and God's Angel seems like that one's only got one way of going. Who's the fastest of the 3? Probably God's Angel. But he's already making his 3rd start, and he's been stopping pretty badly. Beeves Blessing didn't stop, but he was off a restricted 3-year-old maiden. The race before was much tougher. He ran into a monster that day. But Magic Beach's last race is better than it looks, because he didn't make the lead. He basically got caught chasing. He really didn't fade that badly until very late, going 6 furlongs. So he's shortening up to 5.5. And I think that's going to help him here. His first start off the layoff at 5 wasn't bad when he got the lead. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the lead against these horses, but he certainly should be competitive. Yeah, Bee's Blessing, don't know how good he is. Like I said, he has the 2 starts this year. One of them he had no chance. It was up against a monster for the Paul Barrow barn that had an Italian name. How are you going to beat that horse? Well, last race, he probably benefited from Grizz at the Gate not getting that great of a trip, but he got loose in there and didn't stop. Different race today. He might have to battle a little bit if he wants the front end, but he's going to be out there. And you don't know how good he is, and he could be an improving horse as well. He hasn't done anything wrong this year. At least it was a monster that beat him, and he came back and took care of business. Going to go, yeah, also the other thing I wanted to mention about Vino's Valentine. I mean, this horse has got some breeding. Even though they didn't pay a lot of money for the horse, the unraced mare is a foal to a 5-time stakes winner named Jackson. Miss Jackson, nasty. Second race is, this is a rarity. All 4-year-old fillies, I believe. I'm going to have to double check that. Look down and double check it. All 4-year-old fillies. I don't think we'll ever see a restricted 4-year-old filly race here at Finger Lakes, but it just happened that we got the 3 and ups. And this time of year, you will get 4 and 5-year-olds battling with each other in the maiden races because you should have restricted 3-year-old maiden races as well. Just happens. Well, Banking Silver has been a little bit of a money burner since arriving here. Yes, her past says that she's better than these horses. She was running at Churchill Downs against open 2-year-old fillies, against maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, and you're going to catch some real good ones in Kentucky. Even though it's towards the end of the year, they're good 2-year-old fillies. You never know if you get some horses that are on the Triple Crown trail for the next season. You never know. Hot Rod Hottie, that was the only start Hot Rod Hottie's made. I think she's by Yopon, but and she looked pretty good in victory. Banking Solo just kind of chased and faded, and Red Hot Hottie looked good. I mean, there was no shame in losing to that one. Lost to another good one the race before, but she's not making the front end, and she's basically chasing both races that she's been in. Now there's other speed in here. You get the speed from the rail in 3-9's Fine, and Lady Isabella, who didn't go that fast, did at least flash some speed. I think she's quicker than those two, if she wants to be. But I said she's not getting the lead the last two. I think they didn't go that fast really in her first start over the track. She just probably needed it. I thought she ran a lot better last time. She just got beat on a sloppy racetrack by a horse that probably just ran better on a sloppy racetrack. One more chance today. If she doesn't win today, she's a short price next time. You got to go against her. But I'll give her a chance, one more chance today. Celestia, she could improve with a race over the track. She came in from Aqueduct, didn't run that badly. Ran third behind, was it Back to Cali? I think that horse was a drop down from an allowance level. So no shame there losing in that maiden special weight. She hasn't run a bad race. I mean, was in the top 4 first 2 starts in New York. That's got to make her awfully tough against our maiden special weight. Our maiden special weight 4-year-old fillies. I'll throw on the inside of the speed, 3-9's 5, some classic New York breeding, Central Banker of a Dam by Street Boss. That's good New York breeding. And she was competitive against state-bred maiden special weights in New York. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you get some good numbers in there. They say they ran 110 in one of the 3-quarter races, 112 last time. She seemed to be tailing off during the winter, so that she's got a little bit of a break since February. Comes here, this should be a little easier. And if she can hold the rail, or at least hold her position on the rail, she's another one that's a true win threat moving to this spot. Now, there's a first-time starter in here. It's the 5 Bourbon Slip. I had to mention this horse because the works aren't too bad I mean, you look at the works leading up to this race, sharp enough. Tough to gauge this one. This is the first foal of the day, but the second foal actually has been stakes placed already. It was stakes placed as a 2-year-old. Now that one's a 3-year-old. This one now at age 4, making a belated first career start here at Finger Lakes. Could be any kind, but the breeding's decent. The works are good. Wouldn't be a surprise. Just another one to consider. Can't bet them all, as they say. We only got a 6-horse field. Well, you can play the all button if you're spreading around a little bit. Okay, another maiden race. These are for 3 and ups, not all 4-year-olds. This one goes a 5.5. Actually, got a bunch of 3-year-olds in here. I think they're mostly 3. Yeah, Kloom. I think Kloom is the only one that's not 3. She's the only 4-year-old filly. Maybe that gives her a little bit of an advantage. Didn't use her. I had a tough time with this race. I mean, Rocksteady Babe clearly is running against better. Charlie Baker, I was going to have Mailman on the show today. He got called in to actually deliver some mail. Doesn't seem right, does it? I don't know if everybody got their mail today. Maybe he was a little late. But anyway, his buddy Charlie Baker's got some good ones in today. I got him picked a few times, at least in the top 3. A few of these, they look solid. I mean, Rocksteady Babe fits nicely in this spot. Her only bad race is when she had to come off Lasix for a stakes race. That's about it. I mean, her other races, she's competitive against the maiden special weight. She even tried the turf last time at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. And now she'll arrive here back on the dirt. She runs her races that she ran in New York in those restricted 3-year-old races. That's good enough. I mean, she could beat these. The one concern I'd have would be the inside horse could be the possible speed here. She's got the rail. If inside speed is good today, of course, we won't know. It's the first day of the new week. But according to her fractions last time, I mean, she wasn't showing that kind of speed as a 2-year-old, but she did show good speed her first start as a 3-year-old filly, and there's not a lot of speed outside of her. You look at this race, there really is. There's no speed. Maybe the new face, the Easy Village, Tom Proctor trainee, flashed a little bit of speed chasing in her last start. Maybe she's the other one that's got speed, but it makes her dangerous. Makes her very dangerous. I'm going to use her second. Scarlet Queen hadn't missed the board last year. And she was well met. She was taking a lot of money, maybe burnt a little money in her few starts. She comes off the layoff. First start as a 3-year-old. May have needed the race. She did get caught wide and was just never in it. I'd give her another chance to be closer. I wouldn't totally give up on this horse and throw her out just because she was so consistent in her 3 starts last year. And again, maybe needed the race. First time using Lasix. Second start off the layoff. She could be tough. Much improved anyway. Now, I didn't know what to do with the 5. I mean, here's a horse that's by Into Mischief. I always like the Into Mischiefs. The 2 starts that she's had, you can't really gauge anything out of. They're just nothing. Like, she beat 1 horse last time, losing by 21 lengths. Didn't beat a horse in her debut. They did take some money when they debuted her on the turf. Maybe they expected her to show some speed at 5 furlongs. I think she tried to, and she was close to the lead last time. They went quick. They went 21 and change for the first quarter. She's chasing that, so maybe she could get out there. If she could get the jump on playing with Broadway, or actually get out there with that rival, she could be very dangerous in this spot as well. But tough to gauge because her first 2 starts, let's face it, aren't too good. But I do like the breeding. You know, Broken Vow on that dam side as well. Well bred. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. 4th race, we do have a scratch of the 3, Wisecracker. I wonder if, I'm thinking of my buddy Mailman, I wonder if he bought Chris Progno and Lisa Reed a cup of coffee for the time this horse hit the board. I don't know, I have my hesitation to take a too short a price on this horse, but numbers-wise, Isola d'Oro kind of towers over this field. The last 2 races, I know they're kind of cheaper when you're talking about maiden 16 and then a maiden 25 last time. They're a little bit cheaper, but they're open. Remember, this is not they're not restricted for New York breds. And this horse being a New York bred, actually his two worst starts was his first two starts against New York breds. So go figure. Yeah, like I said, I have my hesitations. First race over the track, but numbers wise, of the last two races, either one of those two races, even though they're 16 and 25, those races are good enough to beat these. The question is, what are the tactics from the rail? Because you do have a little bit of speed outside you with Shake It for the Bird and possibly Momahomie stretching out. But this one looks tough just on the last two starts. Again, he's not winning, but the numbers say when he's running 137 for a mile and he's 5 or 6 lengths beaten in 137, that's good enough to beat this field, if he could do that here. Now the half Pico Uno is a multiple stakes winner, of course mostly sprints. Maybe a mile's slightly long for this horse. You want maybe 6.5, 7 furlongs would be right in this horse's probably ballpark. Shake It for the Bird. They sent this horse last time, mainly because there was an entry mate. Not that the horse did very well, but he's already made 3 starts this year, so fitness should no longer be an issue. He'd been off since August, so may have needed a couple starts to get that fitness in him. Question is, how good is he? That's actually his best race he's run last time when he was set in 47. So interesting to see if they're aggressive with him today, even with the Solo d'Oro inside him. Probably his best shot. Momahomie's out of a dam by Raffi's Majesty. So at least on the dam side, you think the extra distance would definitely help this horse. Made a nice little move last time. I mean, he was making up some ground. It's not like this horse gets too far back and is a one-run horse. He's kind of a stalker type that might fit the mile. If he could get out there just off of a Solo d'Oro and Shake It for the Bird early, he may find himself in a nice position to have some impact. It's just a question of getting the mile. Overall, even though you got the Raffi's Majesty on the dam side, the Tomlinson is a little bit low for the mile distance. It's kind of interesting because I thought this horse would be better going long. But just another 3-year-old in here. I guess the 2 4-year-olds are going to be the Solo d'Oro and Shake It for the Bird. And those are the 2 I got 1-2 over the rest of the 3-year-olds. And they should have that season advantage. Remember, that starts the pick 5 in race number 4. And the pick 4 starts in the 5th. Painting Stones comes back at the same distance. Remember, this horse was off since September. Gonna have to deal with Cool Hand Rich. And that's the issue. I mean, I got them 1-2 because I think they might be the 2 best horses in the race. But they're the 2 speeds. So you got Painting Stones, the Cool Hand Rich. Do they both stop and then somebody else picks up the pieces if they battle early? Now, Profitability that beat this horse actually stepped up in class, and he won again after that. And I think he ran another second since then. But correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he was claimed, but this horse was running against allowance horses last year. So the drop, you would expect him to run well. He actually was a beaten favorite to Profitability, but he was overbet. I like Profitability in that race. And it shouldn't have been such a big difference in prices because he was coming off. I understand people betting him. He was an allowance horse last year. He's supposed to run well, but sometimes they need a race, and sometimes there's a reason you're starting off the season at 5. I would think at least be sharper for this race. Second start off the layoff. It's going to be tough. Cool Hand Rich. Yeah, Cool Hand Rich, you got to figure he's going to run better than he did last time. And he takes the big drop in class. How good is he? He might be better than Painting Stones right now. Again, he stopped really bad. He was taking a lot of money. It was interesting to see. I think he opened up the favorite. I was looking at the board, and he remained the favorite for most of the time until the last minute or so, where some of the other ones got some play. Maybe not for hire, but Go Yoshida proved best. And that was the first time adding blinkers for Cool Hand Rich. I was wondering if they, you won't know because he's dropping a 5,000. That's always a pet peeve of mine. You add equipment, but then you don't know if he won at 5,000 or it's because of the blinkers. But if he runs bad today, it could be because of the blinkers. But he is dropping a class to 5,000, and that's the big thing. And he may just be better than these at this level, but you still want him to sustain his speed a lot better than he did last time. I think these two are the best two in the race, Painting Stones and Cool Hand Rich. The problem is going to be their running style, and they may both want the front end. Tap It Easy could take advantage. Man, he took a lot of late money. I know it wasn't the best field, but they were all over this horse late. He ran well. I liked him a little bit last time because I thought he'd show a little more speed than what he did, but he did make a nice late run. I think the tactics kind of hurt him a little bit too not aggressive enough in that race, and maybe the sloppy track as well. But one of the things with Tap It Easy, you got to be careful. He looks a little bit dressed up because of that race. That race is easier than this race. You see, Not for Governor, he finished right ahead of, and Not for Governor is going to be like 20-1 in here. So it just shows that this race is tougher. But at least he ran well in that race. And he took some money, which is a positive sign. Again, it's a lot easier race than what this one turned out to be. Swedish Candy is the other Paul Barrow trainee. I tell you what, this one's not out of it. Didn't break all that sharp last time. And kind of followed and didn't really lose any ground. Actually gained a little ground late. Remember, his previous start was for 5,000. And he looked good breaking his maiden. He was much the best in there, and the time was decent. So you look at the numbers, he's really not that far behind his stablemate. Definitely a threat in here. Definitely a top 4 threat. And it's the owner's horse. So, I mean, this is a horse by Instagram. I usually like those that have a dam by Holy Bull. I would love to see this horse go long here at Finger Lakes. Man, you put this horse on the lead going long. Probably wouldn't beat him at that level. But the distance makes the race interesting, especially if those two battle. All right, 6th race for fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. Mentioned Charlton Baker having a few live ones today. And really the only question mark would be fitness with Light the Mira. His numbers are better. Granted, he never got through the maiden condition last year, but she's hit the board the last 4 starts here at Finger Lakes against maiden special weights. So she'll make her first start as a 4-year-old. I like the works on the horse more than anything. Working really well leading up to this race, and really for a maiden special weight, there's nothing much to beat in here. So, and she's got tactical speed, which is certainly helpful in a race that doesn't show a lot of pace in it. She's going to be tough. Now, Find Me a Prince could improve off her start. She did take money in her debut against restricted 3-year-olds, so technically she'd be facing a little tougher here. But they are mostly 3-year-olds. They only got a 6-horse field, and they're pretty much all 3. I'm looking at it real quick. Light the Mira's 4, and My Gorgeous is 6. So this might be her last year if she doesn't break her maiden. But Find Me a Prince got all room to improve. I mean, her first start wasn't that terrible. She took money. You look at the top 2. The second horse is running today. You got Signal Chats in this race. And I thought Find Me a Prince was a little bit green. Looked like a horse that may have needed the start and still learning how to run. I would expect her to improve second time out. The tricky read is going to be the 4, the first-time starter, Unified Smile. You see the Drosselmeyer Smile. You know, he's one of those smile horses. Wildcat Smile, Atlantic Smile. What is this? Smile, I don't know. Smile Takes Charge is the half of this one. And so is Super Slide and Droxel Diem. So the offspring of Drosselmeyer's Smile, even though she was a good one and you know, the breeding for her, all the siblings were good. They're all stakes winners. But the siblings for this, or the offspring for this horse, haven't been as good. You know, you don't have any stakes horses there. But, you know, there is that breeding on that side that's pretty good, and the works aren't all that quick. But she doesn't have to be, like I said, this is for this main special weight, other than Light Demira, who's coming off a layoff, there's no world beaters in here. So she doesn't have to be much. The owner has had a lot of success here winning stakes races. 3-5-4 in the 6. I feel closer than normal. I feel like we're just getting all closer than normal. 7th race for fillies and mares, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. You know why you can't really go against Linda Dixon lately because she's just winning at a high percentage here at Finger Lakes. I mean, that is not an aberration, what it says in the program, for her overall Finger Lakes record. 6 for 10, she's shooting at 60%. That's real. That's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not counting Wednesday. She have a couple in on Wednesday, but she's still around 50%. So, and she did have a horse run at Saratoga the other day. Just didn't get out, and they went 21 to the first quarter. Horse was stuck chasing. The speed of the speed, though, is honest reason. She's faster than April Storm, and I think she could get the lead in here. And she has a chance to make it 2 in a row. I mean, these Dixon horses, how do you go against them? They're sharp here in the spring. An interesting one is Spun Size. Spun Size was running at Saratoga and in New York. The recent form is not good, but probably needed her last race. Maybe not. I mean, she's been off since January, so she gets another freshening here. But you look down and you see the works on this horse over this racetrack, and they're sharp. I mean, they're quick. 4 furlongs and 48. Then the last one, 47 and 4 for the 4 furlongs of bullet work. You think maybe this horse will like this racetrack better in her first Finger Lakes start. Again, the form last fall and winter when she was last seen, not that good. But I like the works over the track. This should be a little bit easier than what she was facing in New York. I'd want at least 4 to 1 though, because there's some question marks with her. Another price horse is the one Lake Pond Law. I always like the breeding on this horse with Tis the Law. I like a lot of the Tis the Laws. Obviously, they like to go further than 5.5, but she didn't run that badly considering. She took a lot of money early. I don't know why. I mean, obviously that was a tightener. She wants to go long, and maybe the route race didn't come up for her, But the thing is, it's further than the 5.5 she was in last time. Now, the race did end up falling apart, but it wasn't like she's a sit-back closer. She likes to be in the race, and that's a little tougher when you're talking about a sprint race because she's not as fast with that natural speed in sprints than she is in routes. She likes those route races when she can make the lead, and she's awfully tough to catch when she does. But I like her just on talent. I think she's more talented than most of these horses, even though it's not her best distance, being at 6 furlongs. She has hit the board both times at 3/4. All right, last race is the 8th race. Last but not least, it's actually a good race. It's an 11-9 claimer, non-winners of a race since the date, never won 4, or if you're a 3-year-old. Let's see, only Freedsales and Cascade Cruise are the ones that waived the claim, as they're eligible for the 11-9 waiver. It was a tricky race. It's a good one to finish it up with. I'm going to go with the Chris Engelhart machine. I mean, he had 3, look at that, he had 3 wins on Wednesday. The barn's heating up. It's always good. Maybe we'll get an off track for the last. If it's an off track, this horse steps up even more. Even though there's probably a little more turf than dirt on the dam side. And the dam herself was probably better on the turf. She was a stakes winner down at Gulfstream. But this horse's best lifetime buyer was at a similar distance on the dirt. So that doesn't always hold up. And that's a positive sign. Because you're going to mile 70 today. You're going mile and longer routes in New York. And very competitive against the 10s and the 16s. So now you're finding a condition for basically the same price at $11,000, and you got to think he's going to be awfully competitive. He is an underneath type horse, I like to call him. in those New York races for 10. And that might be a concern whether the horse wants to win. I mean, you look at his past, he is a 6-time winner, so at some point in his career, he was winning races. But let's face it, he's pretty consistent as far as being the top 3 or 4. Wouldn't throw him out of the Super. The One Big Rich had a troubled trip last time and ended up having to settle for third. No real threat in there. But the winner was pretty good in Catch the Smoke. Freedstale was kind of the main speed, so that was the other part of it. There wasn't a lot of pace in there. Same type of race, because Freedstale figures to be the speed again. Allure of Money, though, could be the wild card as far as the pace scenario, because I would expect Allure of Money to be aggressive in here to go out there with Freedstale this time, and that's going to hurt Freedstale's chances. He's not going to have it as easy as he did last time. And Big Rich won't be against it as much because of that either. He's in second. Allure of Money I used for third. They're both Murphy horses I got in the top 4. Allure of Money, obviously a former class horse. He won the New York Derby. I think he won 2 stakes races that year. Was up for Horse of the Year. Times are tough, though. He had a drop to 5, was claimed, and now he's been running in mostly starter allowance races. Not badly beaten. You notice that last starter, that starter is a lot harder than it looks. Just calling it a 5,000 starter. You're not going to get a tougher one. Olazabal, up for Horse of the Year, was first. East Coast Girl, who's awfully good at 5 furlongs, awfully fast, was second. I mean, that race was the saltiest you can get for a starter allowance 5 furlong race. Allure of Money had no chance. And the fact that he ran less than double digits behind is actually a good race for Allure of Money. Now, he could go long or short. He's more at the mercy of the pace going short because he's a closer. He's more of a speed type horse going long, and I expect him to be in the race early. 6-1 morning line. Freedstale, if Allure of Money doesn't be aggressive, you don't have much for other speed other than maybe Count Frost, but I would expect Freedstale to have the lead if Allure of Money decides not to be aggressive, and that's the key to the race. Numbers-wise, his last race is good enough to win, but again, I don't think he's going to get the same pace scenario as he did last time on that sloppy track. Maybe he does. I thought he ran well, but I mean, there's a positive and negative to that. He's got no excuse as far as the pace flow. You know, maybe the sloppy track he could make an excuse for. But the excuse is it was his first start off a layoff since November, and he's going a mile off the first start off the layoff. So he could be sharper for this race. I just don't know about the pace scenario. He could be awfully tough if he does get alone on the lead and Allure of Money backs off him. We shall see. That's way later. That's race number 8. We had 7 of them before that. Good card to put your pick 5s in. We got 3 days of live racing this week. 12:55 posts for all of them. Should have a lot of fun, a lot of chances to make some money. Tomorrow, another 8 races, 12:55 first post. And I will see you then, same time.
Horses on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Junior's Pal, and Oscar Gomez aboard. Number 2, Magic Beach, and Stephen Frett. Number 3, Beeves Blessing, Joel Cruz, the rider. Number 4, God's Angel, and Nasario Alvarado. And number 5 is Vino's Valentine, Luis Perez, the jockey. Track is fast, first race in approximately 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Horses have arrived at the gate. Race number 1 from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Monday. Start of another racing week here at Finger Lakes. 3-day race week. 24 races to be contested over those 3 days. An allowance race. Now winners of 2 kickoff proceedings today. There goes God's Angel up into line and Vino's Valentine to the outside. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's God's Angel sending for the front end. Junior's Pal wants a share of the lead as well. And then 2.5 back to Bee's Blessing, splitting rivals up into third. Magic Beach to the inside of Vino's Valentine. Those two at the back of the pack as they streak past the half-mile pole. It's Junior's Pal has the inside and the lead over God's Angel in second. First quarter mile in a contested 22 2/5. Third place, Bee's Blessing, and about 5 lengths off the lead. And then the back 2 horses, Magic Beach to the inside of Vino's Valentine at the back of the pack. God's Angel takes over. God's Angel at the quarter pole takes over the lead from Junior's Pal. Then about 7 lengths back to the other 3. Magic Beach up the inside and Vino's Valentine on the grandstand side now up into third and 7 lengths off the lead. God's Angel wins the battle with Junior's Pal. It's Vino's Valentine is on the outside in second, closing in 3 lengths off the lead is Vino's Valentine. God's Angel leads by 2 over Vino's Valentine. It's God's Angel in the opener. Vino's Valentine second, Magic Beach third, fourth, Junior's Pal. 4, 5, 2, 1. In the opener, God's Angel first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.38. Back to the winner's circle. Number 4, God's Angel. New York bred 3-year-old gray gelding by Solomini out of Billie Holiday Blues. Kevin Fernandez Merced, the owner. Talia Reche, the trainer. And Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. And William Hebert, the breeders of God's Angel. $10.88 the winning mutual, exacta $26.94, trifecta $16.54, super $6.26. Second race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 2 in 21 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 2, and God's Angel just got out there with Junior's pal and kept going as Vino's Valentine couldn't get there in time. It was Naz Alvarado for Talia Arichi. Congratulations to them. They take the first. Second race, this one for 3 and up is actually a rarity. We got all 4-year-old fillies running in race number 2. So what does that mean? Probably nothing. Exact Try Super Daily Double at pick 3 starts here. See a couple of the horses inside that are getting some play. I did think that Banking Silver probably deserves another chance. She's been a beaten favorite the last 2, but it's not like she's run that badly. She ran second. She might have been overbet a little bit in her first start off the layoff. Obviously, she's the best horse on paper, but she was off a layoff since August, may have needed the race, and just was outrun by Red Hot Hottie last time. But she started off her career against really good 2-year-old maidens at Churchill Downs. So you know the talent is there. Just a matter of sealing the deal and getting the win. The 2 is Celestia, and she seems to have a little bit of a versatile running style. She likes to be close. She got the lead in her debut. Last time, she nice stalking trip. She ended up running second, only beating a length. So she's gotten better with every start. Her first race over the track was good. Logical horse, at least to be in the top 3. The inside speed looks to be the 1. 3-9's fine. She's been off since February, and her last couple races, unfortunately, have been her worst races, as she's faded pretty badly. They took her off the Lasix last time, and not sure if that was good or bad. I mean, they tried her one day with Lasix, didn't do any good. So she arrives here off a layoff since February. Again, she's got speed, and she's inside the other speed, depending on what Banking Silver does. If Banking Silver decides to be aggressive and go with her early, if she doesn't, that makes 3-9's fine that much more dangerous. Now there's a first-time starter in here. It is the 5 Bourbon Slip, who's got a couple good works leading up to this race. She'll debut with Lasix. This is the first foal out of the dam. The second foal actually ran and has been stakes place. Well, stakes place is a 2-year-old, now at age 3. This one now at age 4, making her first career start for Ralph D'Alessandro. There's some of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here.
Fillies and mares coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is 3-9's Fine and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Celestia, Jeremiah Flores. Number 3, Banking Silver, Raylu Gutierrez, the riding assignment. Number 4, Lady Isabella, Luis Perez up. Number 5, Bourbon Slip. Well, we'll go with the 6, Snow Buddy Blink and Laird Bailey. And somewhere there's the 5, Bourbon Slip, and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Lady Isabella going up. Bourbon Slip. And Nobody Blink. Even Money Banking Silver. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Lady Isabella, Celeslia, 3-9's Fine, all going out for the lead. It's 3-9's Fine who has the inside and a slender lead over Celeslia in second. Snowbody Blink, one of the grays, outside in third. Baking Silver behind horses fourth. Lady Isabella shuffled fifth, 3 lengths off the lead in a gap of 4 to Bourbon Slip, who's taken up residency at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. It's 3-9's Fine with the lead. Celeslia's in second. Snowbody Blink 3 wide third. Baking Silver still covered up in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Lady Isabella fifth and a margin of 4 lengths to the trailer. That is Bourbon Slip. A quarter of a mile left to travel. 3-9's Fine and Celeslia first and second. Banking Silver now angles to the outside for clear running room in third. Now up into second is Banking Silver, 2 lengths off the lead of 3-9's Fine. 3-9's Fine set down for the drive. Banking Silver outside second. Celeslia 1 paced in third. 16th to go. 3-9's Fine and Banking Silver first and second. Here comes the winning line. 3-9's Fine won't be denied today, defeating Banking Silver. Then it was Celeslia, and many lengths back to Lady Isabella. 1324, number one, 39's Fine was first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.21. To the winner's circle, number one, 39's Fine. New York bred, 4-year-old Bay filly by Central Banker out of Silver Street. Tradewinds Farm owns, Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Tradewinds Farm also involved breeding this 4-year-old Bay filly, winner of race 2 from Finger Lakes. $6.04 a winning mutual, double $41.34, exacta $9.50. Trifecta $3.14, dime super $1.83. Third race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race offers pick 4. Post time, race 3, 21 minutes away at 1:55 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and a couple of speed horses hold so far is 3-9's Fine. Kevin Navarro able to take it all the way. Bank of Silver again had to settle for second. Did get off a step slow as she hopped a little at the start, but had a chance to get at 3-9's Fine. But Kevin Navarro did a good job holding that one together to get the victory for John Buckley. Okay, we look at the third. It's another maiden race for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs. And again, John Buckley and Kevin Navarro have the speed on the inside. So let's see if they can do a similar type of race from that inside position. It's in a race that went in 105 last time. It turned out to be a pretty good maiden race, even restricted for 3s. So she'll try to go to the front. You got to figure Easy Village, the 5-horse, may show some speed as well. She was trying to flash speed at Tampa in her 2 starts. She tried the turf in her first career start, obviously bred for it, and Into Mischief. Hasn't shown much in 2 starts, but maybe on this track with a change of scenery, she'll send out there with playing with Broadway and have a chance. She's a 6-5. Rock Steady Babe was my top choice. She is coming out of some good maiden races, including a stakes race where she had to come off Lasix. She's an obvious player for the Charlie Baker barn. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts the third. You have 5 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Third race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Playing on Broadway and Kevin Navarro. Number 2 is Clume, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Rock Steady Babe, Andre Worry. Number 4, Scarlet Queen, Luis Peña. Number 5, Easy Village and Cabergoa. And number 6, Fairweather Lover, Joel Cruz in the irons. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. Scarlet Queen going up, Easy Village, and Fairweather Lover. 7-5 on Rock Steady Babe. Easy Village goes in, Fairweather Lover to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Easy Village sending out for the lead. Playing on Broadway, displaying speed, and here's Clume. Clume gets to the front end, playing on Broadway second. Easy Village tracks in third. 3 more lengths to Rock Steady Babe in fourth, who's 2 lengths in front of the trailers. Scarlet Queen is to the inside of Fairweather Lover. As they have about 3.5 furlongs to go in this race, and it's Clume on top by a length. Easy Village picks up the tempo outside second, playing on Broadway, losing touch at this point in time. Now in a joint third with Rock Steady Babe. 2.5 lengths back to Scarlet Queen in second last, and Fairweather Lovers at the tail of the field. As they wind their way past the quarter pole, Easy Village takes over the lead from Clume. Rock Steady Babe continues a rally on the outside in third, and then it's playing on Broadway fourth. They got 3/16 to go. It's Easy Village who scampers clear by 7 lengths over Rock Steady Babe, who's up into second, and then the battle for minor awards playing on Broadway and Clume, but it easy winner, Easy Village wins under a hand ride. Rock Steady Babe second, playing on Broadway third. Clume holds on for fourth. Five, 3, 1, 2. Number 5, Easy Village first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.30. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Easy Village. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Into Mischief out of Broken Dreams. Glen Hill Farm owner trainer Tom Proctor, owner breeder, Tom Proctor, the trainer, and Caber Koa, the winning jockey aboard Easy Village. Third career start, a winning one for Easy Village. Third race is official. Easy Village pays $7.68 to win. Dime Super, $13.07. Double, $27.48. Exacta, $19.62. 50-cent trifecta, $12.20. Race 4 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Wisecracker. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race number 4 in about 21 minutes at 2:25 p.m.
All right, fourth race starts, the late pick 5, and yeah, you won't see an easier winner than that. That was Easy Village, making it look simple as Cabercoa just in for the ride as that one winning for fun. Gets the victory for Thomas Proctor. I remember him bringing a horse here before. Maybe he'll bring more after getting that easy victory. Man, that was impressive. Scratch the 3, Wisecracker out of race number 4. Goes the distance of a mile. Going to have a heavy favorite in here. The 1 is Solo Dioro, and it's really, numbers-wise, hard to go against him. I mean, this horse is hitting the board against the 25s and 16s open maidens at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. Moves to face our special weights and just towers over these number-wise. The question is, does he want to win? He's not going off like short prices or anything, and they are faster times. They went 137 and change last time, and he actually ran pretty well. So just got to keep that form and keep those numbers. He'll have no trouble with this field, but there's a lot of big ifs when you consider that. The 2-horse is Shake It for the Bird. Showed speed last time, but was aggressively ridden. Did have a stable mate in there and showed a 47 and stopped. I mean, that's a fast half mile for maidens. Not sure if he's going to get the lead in here over Solo Dioro. He could be the key to the race, what Raylu Gutierrez does from the rail as far as showing speed or not. Because this one looks like the other one that has speed based on his last race if he's aggressively ridden. And he didn't run that badly. He still hung around to be third in that mile affair. So he's another one to consider, especially if he can get the lead over Solo Dioro. But something tells me they may try to be aggressive from the rail with the 1-horse, as Lisa Lugovich looking for her first win of the season. Very well-bred horse, by the way. It's a Golden Sense. This is a half to Pico Uno, who was a multiple stakes winner in sprint races, though. On the outside is Mo Mahomey. Tricky read on this one because it's not the strongest of bred for route, but with the Raffi's Majesty on the dam side, that certainly is. And King for a Day, still not a lot of information on that sire. We've seen more and more of those. But this is a mile. I think 6.5, 7 might be the wheelhouse for Mo Mahoney, but a mile might be okay for him as well. And it's all how he handles the distance. He should be forwardly placed in here, stretching out of sprints along with the 2 inside horses. And we'll see. It all depends on how he handles this distance. He's had some trouble trips in a couple of his starts, and he has been no worse than 4th in his 3 starts. So we know he has some talent and should be competitive against these. Exactatri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts to the 4th. Again, we scratched the 3, Wisecracker. Did I get any bird crap on me? A bird just shit on me.
That's my dog.
Did I get any bird shit on me? You see any on my shoulder hat or anything?
Yeah.
Is there?
Yup, on your shoulder, your left shoulder.
I felt
right
something
near
in
the
here.
collar.
Because it got my program.
Turn
right there.
around. It's all over your shoulder.
Okay, I'm going to change the shirt anyway.
What? You look
'Cause it's-
fine.
Because it's warm out? Please
I'm not
don't
gonna
touch. No, don't touch me.
No.
I don't like that.
So you making a move on it?
I don't know. I don't like to be touched like that. Change. Got it.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Wisecracker. Here's your post parade. Number 1 is Isola Doro and Raylo Gutierrez. Number 2, Shake It for the Bird and Luis Perez. Number 4, Joe G23 and Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Busy, Busy, Busy. Kevin Navarro up. And number 6, Mo Mahomey and Oscar Gomez. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 1 mile. Maidens 2 to 5, number 1 Isola Doro. Joe G23. Busy, 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 and Mo Mahomey to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Shake It for the Bird sends out for the lead. Isolo Doro forwardly placed towards the inside. Joe G23 settles in third. And then it's Busy, Busy, Busy is about a length in front of Mo Mahomey, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Shake It for the Birds on top. The lead's a length and a half, too, over Isolo Doro, who's prompting outside in second. And then it's Joe G23 who races in third. 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 to Mo Mahomey, who's tugging at the jockey to go on in fourth. And 3.5 lengths to Busy, 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 who is at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Shake It for the Bird leads by 2 lengths over the 1-9 favorite Isolo Doro outside in second. Joe G23 is a clear-cut third, then 2 more lengths to Mo Mahomey, who's about 6 lengths in front of Busy, Busy, Busy at the back of the pack. The opening half in 49 3/5. On to the far turn. Shake It for the Birds lead is a length with 3 furlongs to go. Isola Doro now asked to go after the leader in second, as it's Mo Mahomey is a ground-saving third and a length and a half off the lead. Joe G23 is under a drive in fourth, and 3 lengths to Busy, 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 who's at the back as Isola Doro takes over the lead at the top of the stretch. Isola Doro opens up by 3. Mo Mahomey second. Shake It for the Bird is all out in third, and the others are far back as they run to the 16th pole. It's Isola Doro who widens the lead to 7 lengths over Mo Mahomey. Isola Doro breaks the maiden today. Mo Mahomey second. Shake It for the Bird third. Busy, Busy, Busy fourth. 1625. Number 1, Isola Doro first. Time for the mile, 141.41. And back to the winner's circle, number 1, Isola Doro. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Golden Sense out of Piccola Isola. Lisa Lugovic, owner trainer. Ray Lu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Richard Lugovic, bred Isola Doro, 4th race official, $2.10, the winning mutual. Daily double, $9.88. Exacta, $6.08. Trifecta, $3.19. Dime Super, $1.24. Pick 3, $8.84. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 5 in about 19 minutes at 2:55 p.m. horses coming on the track for the fifth race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Tamped Easy in Caber Coa. Number 2, Painting Stones, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Sharp Playboy and Jackie Davis. Number 4, Cool Hand Rich and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Swedish Candy and Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Not Today, Governor, Raylo Gutierrez. Number 7, Swift Bank, Joel Cruz. And number 8, Just a Guy, Chris Russell is the rider. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. 4 to 5. Number 2, Painting Stones. Painting Stones into line, loading up race 5. Started a late pick 4 here at Finger Lakes. Half the field loaded up. Swedish Candy goes in, Not Today Governor, then Swift Bank and Just a Guy. 3 to 5 on Painting Stones. Swift Bank going up and in, Just a Guy. And Chris Russell to the outside. They're all in the gate. Oh no, it was 6, Not Today Governor. Rider's fine, but horses are acting up. Hard for me to tell from this angle, but the starter's over to take a look, and that's usually the sign of potential bad news, but jockey's all right. We'll know very soon here if we back out horses, which I'm sure we'll be backing out the 6. And no surprise, by order of the track vet and by order of the stewards, scratch the 6, not today, Governor. Number 6, not today, Governor, is a late scratch from this 5th race. Scratch number 6, not today, Governor. Letting up once again. Cool Hand Rich goes in. Swedish Candy. Swift Bank and Just a Guy. 1 to 5 on Painting Stones. Just a Guy to the outside. And this field is set for a start. And they're off half a step tardy, both Tap It Easy and Just a Guy. It's Painting Stones and Cool Hand Rich. These two blitz out for the front. Swift Bank behind the speed in third, 3.5 off the lead. A gap of 2.5 lengths to Sharp Playboy in fourth. 2 lengths to Tap It Easy in fifth. A margin of about 5 lengths to Swedish Candy, who's about 5 lengths in front of Just a Guy in the 7th and trailing position. Well strung out. They got 3 furlongs to go. Painting Stones, first quarter was in 22 2/5. Painting Stones has a lead by a half length. Cool Hand Rich shadows that one outside in second. Swift Bank trying to get into the race in third. Tap It Easy's on the move on the extreme outside in fourth. And then it's Sharp Playboy towards the inside fifth. Many lengths back to Swedish Candy and Just a Guy as they turn into the stretch. Painting Stones cuts the corner, has the lead by 4 lengths. Sharp Playboy, Tap It Easy second and third. Then it's Swift Bank and Cool Hand Rich. 16th to go. Painting Stones leads by 3 over Sharp Playboy and Tap It Easy. It's Painting Stones, the huge favorite, who will get home in front. Sharp Playboy second, Tap It Easy third, Swift Bank fourth. 2317, number 2, Painting Stones first. You are reminded there was a late scratch in the 5th race in number 6, Not Today, Governor. 5.5 furlongs, 106.48. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Painting Stones. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bustin Stones out of Pincelada. Paul Barrow, owner, trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey aboard Painting Stones. Roddy Valente, bred Painting Stones. $2.42 to win. Regular double, $3.82. Consolation double, $2.10. Exacta, $28.08. Trifecta, $14.59. Dime Super, $10.25. Pick 3, $4.39. Consolation Pick 3, $2.53. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $111.26. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, no changes to report. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 6 in 24 minutes at 3:33 p.m. We had a claim in race number 5, number 2, Painting Stones. Jermaine Gibbs, new owner trainer. Painting Stones claimed out of race number 5.
Right in the paddock for race number 6, and another easy winner is Painting Stones takes over and gets the win. Got a long shot, Sharp Playboy. Really improved with Jackie. Jackie Davis got some run out of that one and ended up second to make your exacta. But 2 short price favorites in a row to start off the pick 5. Okay, 6th race, another maiden race. This is for fillies and mares. We'll start the late pick 3. Talk about some of the main contenders in here. You have Light the Mira, who comes off the layoff since November, does have some decent works and had some good form running at this level. The only bad race he ran was in the slop, his first race over the track, and then he hit the board every time. He's got enough tactical speed. He should be up there close with the speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it. He may even find himself on the front end at this 5.5 furlong distance. Looks like one of the main contenders. The first-time starter, the 4 Unified Smile, is going to get some play. He's out of Drosselmeyer Smile, one of those many Smile horses like Atlantic Smile, Wildcat Smile, Johannesburg Smile. So Drosselmeyer Smile, half of the bunch of those. She hasn't put out a lot. The other one that was decent, Smile Takes Charge, had some speed. Super Slide and Drossel Diem all had tactical speed out of that dam. See how this one comes out. Obviously, that's some good breeding on that mother's side, though. It just hasn't really panned out as far as the offspring so far. Maybe this one will. And is getting some play, so that's a positive sign. The other horse I thought was a big contender in here was the 5, Find Me a Prince, the horse that's got some room to improve off of the debut. Didn't show much in the debut, but just kind of a chase and fade. And did take some money, went off at odds of 7-2 in that restricted 3-year-old race. I didn't think this was a big step up, even though it's older horses after restricted 3. The big thing is to get that race under her belt and second start to improve big time, and I think she will. And I think she's a big top 3 threat at least, and she's a good price. I mean, that's good value at 7-1 when she went off 7-2 and finished 4th, and she's going to improve off of that race. Asav Ronan's got the 1, Wayward Queen, who's got 1 race over the track. She's got some room to improve off of that race. Though he says he could do more pull-ups on me. We'll see if this horse can win the race from the rail. He's a threat either way, as Michael Davila gets aboard as they do a rider change as she goes to My Gorgeous, the outside horse. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in race number 6. Got about 8 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares on the track, race 6, Finger Lakes, number 1, Wayward Queen and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Signal Chat and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Light the Mira and Joel Cruz. Number 4, Unified Smile, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Find Me a Prince and Kevin Navarro. And number 6, My Gorgeous and Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Fillies and mares begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate, race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Unified Smile goes in. Find Me a Prince and My Gorgeous. Even Money, Light the Mirror, 2-1, Unified Smile. My Gorgeous to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Good start, then a couple strides after the start, Unified Smile had the check. It's Light the Mirror who's barreling out for the front end. Signal Chat trying to keep up in second, 3 lengths off the lead. Find Me a Prince is outside of her in third. And then it's Wayward Queen who scrapes the paint in fourth. Unified Smile's outside of her. They're now third and fourth as Find Me a Prince has been shuffled back to second last, and My Gorgeous is outside of her at the tail of the field and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Light the Mirror with 3 furlongs to go has the lead by 2.5 lengths over Signal Chat in second. Unified Smile under a busy ride in third, then 2 lengths to Find Me a Prince and My Gorgeous as Wayward Queen has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Light the Mirror is in charge, comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths over Signal Chat, and Unified Smile trying to cut into the margin of Light the Mirror's lead. Light the Mirror's lead is down to 2.5 as Signal Chat and Unified Smile are second and third. One goes outside, one goes inside, but Light the Mirror still has enough here in the late stages to get the win. Signal Chat second, Unified Smile third, fourth, Find Me a Prince. 3245. Number 3, Light the Mirror first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.76. Sixth race official, Light the Mirror pays $4.26 to win. She comes back to the winner's circle. 7th career start, a lucky one for this New York bred 4-year-old Bay filly by City of Light out of Mirapoix. Albert Freed Jr., owner, breeder. Charlton Baker, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Double $5.58, super $9.63, pick 4 $8.37. Exacta $11.94, trifecta $10.61. 7th race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. 21 minutes to race number 7 from Finger Lakes.
And we're getting ready for race number 7. Well, the first 3 legs of this late pick 5, you got some short prices here, but no big surprises. I mean, like the Mira had the numbers, was just off the layoff, and there wasn't a lot of speed in the race. So a lot of things were pointing to that horse, and she did not disappoint. Right, allowance race to the 7th, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs. Maybe this one could be a little bit more evenly matched. Now, Honest Mischief figures to be the speed. She is coming off a victory off of the layoff, as a lot of these horses from this barn have done well. First-time 3-year-old off the layoff. That's not usually the case here at Finger Lakes, but that's how good this barn is going with these 3-year-olds. They're winning allowance races, and now she adds Lasix and moves to the next logical spot, the Never Won 3, and she'll try to get the lead and lead these one around. April Storm's the other one that'll have to keep that one honest. She's right outside of honest reason. She was a beaten favorite last time. I thought she was a little overbet against that field, but she actually ran very well. It was the deep closer who had a fitness edge, Mia Nipotina, who came from out of it to get the victory on that sloppy racetrack. So gets a fast track today. She's obviously in pretty good form, and she's going to be the one up close with Honest Reason early and try to wear that rival down. Thought that was a tough task. Now, speaking of Charlie Baker, who's already having a good day, Spun Size basically gets a little bit of class relief moving to the straight 3 lifetime allowance after running against a much tougher group against the 35s in New York last time. Now, she's off a break. She's been off since January, but working really well over this racetrack. So you got to forgive the last few efforts for Spun Size if you like her today, and maybe the change of scenery could certainly help, including a little bit easier competition. Light Bond Law is a real interesting one just because she's better than most of these, but the distance is what's the question. She's a horse that wants to go out to the lead in route races, and she just gets brave and keeps going in those route races. I don't know if she's going to have the kind of speed she needs to get the lead on these horses in the sprint. She's not as fast early as Honest Reason, but maybe she could stay within range if she could work a trip with a stalking or chasing trip and stay within range. Like you said, she's better than these horses. She's very well bred. She just wants to go further. She's right now at odds of 10-1, but I don't think she would be no surprise if she's in position to win. She will do just that. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in race number 7. Got about 8 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Lippin Law and Cabercoa. Number 2, Bunny Honey and Andre Worry. Number 3, Honest Reason, Joel Cruz. Number 4 is April Storm and Jackie Davis. Number 5, Stunning Sugar, Jeremiah Flores. Number 6, Spun Size, Luis Perez. And there's Bunny Honey, who broke off from the post parade. Coming on the track with Andre Worry. Post time at a few. 2 minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares. An allowance race, non-winners of 3, going 6 furlongs. 8-5, number 3, Honest Reason. 5-2 on April Storm and Spun Size. Stunning Sugar goes up. Spun Size. Up and they're all in the gate. And they're off, taking up a couple strides after the start, Honey Bunny. It's Honest Reason dashing out for the front end. Spun Size on the far outside. Stunning Sugar's in between those two in third. Now only a half length off the lead in a joint second. April Storm towards the inside. Fourth, length and a half to Lipton Laws. A length and a half in front of the trailer, Honey Bunny at the back. Half mile to go. Honest Reason leads by a length and a half over Stunning Sugar, and Spun Size in pursuit, second and third. April Storm towards the inside in fourth. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 to Lipton Laws, about 3 lengths in front of Bunny Honey. As they leave the 5/16 pole behind, Honest Reason, the lead has been reduced to about a length over Stunning Sugar, and Spun Size outside second and third. April Storm shaking up towards the rail in fourth, and as Lipton Law in fifth. Honey Bunnies trails the field. They got 3/16 to go. Honest Reason, homeward bound, has a lead by 3/4 of a length. Stunning Sugar tackles outside second. April Storm towards the inside. Honest Reason has been passed by Stunning Sugar. April Storm up the inside second, but it's Stunning Sugar in front. April Storm second, Honest Reason third, Lipton Law fourth. 5, 4, 3, 1. Number 5, Stunning Sugar first. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Stunning Sugar. New York bred 4-year-old Bay Filly by Central Banker out of Deep Trouble. Richie Rich Racing Stable owns Paul Barrow trains. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Spruce Lane Farm, Becker, Empire Equines, Conley, Copper Beach, and Gibb. Bred Stunning Sugar. 2 wins on the day for Barrow and Flores. $17.36, the winning mutual. Time Super, $28.19. Exacta, $53.96. Double, $56.16. Trifecta, $50.67. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:32 p.m.
All right, get ready to conclude this Monday card. Hope everybody enjoyed the racing. As that one, Stunning Sugar, a successful return to the races. That one had been off since November of last year. Always competitive against the allowance horses. It was just a matter of fitness. Always do like the breeding. Central Banker with Into Mischief in there. Jeremiah's Flores guided Stunning Sugar to victory. Probably one of the biggest prices we've had today. Look at the last 11-9 claimer. Hours of race since the date, never won 4 or 3. The 3 he's got this is a new face coming out of Open Claimers in New York. Finds this condition. You would think that this would be easier than the Open Claimers there. Probably more turf on the dam side as far as the breeding. But the best lifetime buyer was at this distance on the dirt. Numbers are good enough. Would be no surprise. Probably a good stalking trip in here. He's at 8-5. The one, Big Rich, had a troubled trip last time. Reared at the start and never really in it on the sloppy track. Still ran okay to be third at this level after stepping up off of the waiver claim after winning going 6 furlongs. So this is a better distance for Big Rich. It's just a matter of getting something to run at. There doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here. The 2 Freestyle figures to be the speed again, and he might be a little bit more able to sustain that speed. Second start off the layoff, although he had everything his own way last time. He may get some pressure today from the presence of Allure of Money stretching out. Who could do either? He could go to the front or sit just off. Usually he's forwardly placed. Would expect him to be right out there with Freesdale early. Exacta Try is super offered in today's 8th race. Reminder, we're running Monday through Wednesday this week. Next live day will be tomorrow with a 12:55 first post.
Tuesday's program for Finger Lakes is now available for download online for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. Coming on the track, 8th and final, Finger Lakes, number 1, Big Rich and Chris Russell. Number 2, Freedsdale and Cabercoa. Number 3, He's Got This and Andre Worry, the rider. Number 4, Tapazar's Temper and Luis Perez. Number 5 is Count Frost and Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Allure of Money, Emmanuel De Diego. There's the 7 Cascade Cruiser and Luis Pena. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Don't forget that we race tomorrow and Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. First post 12:55 p.m. Eastern. Free programs available for download online for the Tuesday card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Bettor's got this as a two-horse race, 6-5, number 3. He's got this 9-5 on Freedsdale. Still got a couple more left to load. Allure of Money, 1 and 2 in here for Tim Murphy. And Cascade Cruiser will be the last to load up. Cascade Cruiser, third choice at 4-1, going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Freedsdale and Allure of Money. These two jet out for the lead. Count Frost, he's got this. Big Rich, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Cascade Cruiser will be stuck out wide around that first turn. And Tapazar's Tempers at the back of the pack. One big cluster as they navigate that first bend. It's Allure of Money to the outside of Freedsdale as it's Cascade Cruiser improving on the outside, though wide in 3rd. And then it's Count Frost, who's in amongst horses in that middle cluster with Big Rich, as it's Count Frost now shuffle back to second last, 6.5 off the lead, and a length and a half to Tapazar's Tempers at the back. First quarter mile timed at 24 seconds. Freedsdale and Allure of Money. These two continue to spar for the top spot. It's He's Got This, who's 3 wide. Cascade Cruiser in the 4-path. Big Rich behind that 4-horse Barricade in 5th. Then about 6 lengths to Tapazar's Temper second last. And a few more lengths to Count Frost, who trails. The opening half in 48 seconds. The top 4 within a half length of each other as they got Cascade Cruiser making a 4-wide bid for the front end. Freedsdale's at the fence trying to keep position. And then it's Allure of Money. From far back, that's Tapazar's Tempers going about 5 wide into the home stretch. Big Rich is looking out for some racing room along the rail. Wide open here as they reach the top of the stretch. Freedsdale, Cascade Cruiser, 1st and 2nd. Big Rich in some tight quarters. It's Tapazar's Temper on the grandstand side. 1 furlong to go. Cascade Cruiser forging to the front. Tapazar's Temper on the outside. Big Rich fella gets some clear running room at the fence. In deep stretch, it's Cascade Cruiser and Big Rich. Cascade Cruiser wins over Big Rich. Tapazar's Temper 3rd. Freedsdale 4th. Seven, 1, 4, 2. Number 7, Cascade Cruiser, 1st. Mile 70 yards, 145.84. To the winner's circle, number 7, Cascade Cruiser. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Catalina Cruiser out of Starstream. John Grabowski, owner-trainer. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Nursery Place and Partners bred Cascade Cruiser. $10.44 the winning mutual. Dime Super $77.70. Double $158.36. Exacta $63.60. Trifecta $142.35. Pick 3 $71.83. Pick 4 $92.07. Pick 5 5 $104.86. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Live racing continues here at Finger Lakes tomorrow, Tuesday. First post 12:55 p.m. Programs available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.